Sir, in the presenter, Brinda ma'am to name display.
Behind every successful academic endeavor stands a visionary leader whose dedication, meticulous planning, and unwavering commitment transform ideas into reality. The seamless organization of this conference reflects the tireless efforts, academic leadership, and passionate involvement of a person who has been instrumental in conceptualizing and executing this event with exceptional clarity and purpose. It is now my proud privilege to invite a remarkable academician, an inspiring mentor, and a driving force behind the Department of English, Ms. Brinda R., Head of the Department, to deliver the welcome address and formally welcome the August Gathering. Distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, media personnel, dear participants and students, a very good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of management and the institution, I heartily welcome you to the one-day national conference organized by the Department of English of MLK and SDF Mahila Mahavidyalaya. First and foremost, I cordially welcome Professor Reimagining, Principal of the College, to the program, who is the guiding spirit and was tirelessly in guiding us. Was presiding the program. I welcome you, ma'am. I request Dr. Vinoda, Head Department of Kannada, to welcome ma'am. Glory. Thank you, ma'am. My hearty welcome to our inaugurator, Ms. Ambulana, Dr. Vishit Nimar, Professor, Department of English, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad, to the program. I request Professor Maruti, ma'am, to welcome sir by felicitating him. So please receive a token of respect and love. My seniors welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. R.K. Nirmal, Professor, Department of English at the Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. I wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am. I request Srimati Sukuta, our IPSC coordinator, Head Department of Computer Science, to welcome ma'am by felicitating her. Thank you, ma'am. I amiably welcome Dr. Prashant Moti, Professor. I amiably welcome Dr. Prashant Moti, Professor, Department of English, thus Mahavidyalaya, Umadla, Maharashtra to the program. Who is one of the resource persons and also a very strong person on bringing this book into the limelight. Thank you, sir. We welcome you to the program. I request Sri Prashant J, Head Department of Commerce, to welcome sir with the bouquet and token of respect. Thank you for tirelessly working with us from the day of inception of the program, sir. Thank you, sir. Our present welcome to Dr. Planetary, Assistant Professor, Department of English at Northeastern University, Shillong, who is our resource person for the session to the today's program. I will also welcome. I request Srimati Naina MP, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to welcome Ma'am Flori. My felicitating her. A friendly welcome to the resource person who is going to chair the sessions for today's two of the session, Dr. Venkatesh, Professor, Department of English, Maharajas College, University of Mysore, Mysore. I request Madhav Swami sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to welcome Sir Flora. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation, sir. My heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Vijay Kumar Bority, sir, Head and Professor, Department of English, Raja College, University of Mysore, to the program. I request Sri Sridhar Head, Department of Management, to welcome sir by felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Venkatesh sir and Bority sir, for readily accepting our invitation and making it for the program. A cordial welcome to Srimati Suprata, our IQAC coordinator and Head Department of Computer Science, to the program, who tirelessly seems to be correcting us in each and every step of our program. I wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am. I request Srimati Akhila Sarne, Head Department of Microbiology, to welcome Ma'am Flori. My sincere welcome to our advisory committee members, to all the media personnel, academicians, research scholars, students, and all the participants to the program. I wholeheartedly welcome all the teaching and non-teaching staff members who have tirelessly worked for the commencement of the program from the day of inception. At the last, and but not the least, I would wholeheartedly welcome our students who have gathered to the conference. Thank you, Monica. Hope the conference catalyzes enduring collaborations and developing a commitment to reimagining sustainable futures through the power of words and stories. Thank you, Manendra, who made it to be with us today. Once again, I welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious welcome address. I welcome you also. I request Saitra ma'am, Head Department of Maths, to welcome ma'am Florence. Introducing an academic luminary requires not just formal credentials, but intellectual depth and academic reasons. Behind every well-structured academic session are individuals who spread preparation, thoughtful coordination, and steady in order to ensure that everything unfolds seamlessly. The person I now invite has been one such pillar of support throughout the planning and execution of this conference. I now invite Mr. Sachin N.K., Assistant Professor, Department of English, to introduce the esteemed inaugurator to this August gathering.
Professor Professor Vishnu Nimovat serves as a professor in the Department of English at Gujarat University, Ahmedabad, India. His research spans diasporic literature, comparative literature, cultural studies, Indian knowledge system, and literary approaches to environmental studies, with a sustained focus on interdisciplinary inquiry and decolonial perspectives. He has authored 14 books and contributed numerous chapters to edited volumes reflecting long-term engagements with literary theory, cultural analysis, and knowledge system rooted in Indian intellectual traditions. His publication record includes 63 research papers in national and international journals, with 15 indexed in Scopus. Professor Nimovat currently serves as director of a major ICSSR-funded research project on Bharatiya knowledge system with an approved grant of 2 crore rupees, making one of the significant humanities research initiatives in the country. His academic profile also includes 3 registered patents indicating sustained involvement with innovation and knowledge production within the humanities domain. He has served as a council member of the Indian Association for Canadian Studies, contributing to international academic exchange and interdisciplinary development. He currently holds the position of Western Zone Secretary, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Dadra, and Nagar Haveli and Diu Andaman for the Ecosophical Foundation for the Study of Literature and Environment. His work has received recognition from 5 prestigious academic bodies, including 3 national and 2 international awards, awarded in recognition of his contribution to research excellence and pedagogic practice. As a doctoral supervisor, Professor Nimovat has guided 14 PhD scholars successfully. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all of you. Principal Professor Planetary, Dr. Divya, who is keynote speaker, 2 other speakers in form of Professor Prashant Murthy and Chairman. I'm focusing when we discuss and when I was looking at the issue of the journal as well, we are very worried about this planet. And this is the right time that we start taking some strong steps to protect this beautiful planet. I believe that the term Anthropocene seems incomplete. The reason behind my perception about this term is this only, that it limits the focus on geological activities rather than other things that a human being will do. We have just reached up to that stage as human beings, and that's why I would say that Anthropocene and post-humanism intertwined. Because whatever issues that our planet faces at present are, of course, because of the geological activities that we have done. But I think the future seems scary when we think about other things, especially you can say AI. I would like to draw your attention to two examples that should make us wonder in which direction are we heading. On social media, there has been a debate about this particular phenomena that is called open flow, CLAW. In AI, we started our journey as large language models, where data is given, right, and then you retrieve the data. So it is a, you can say, trained data. But now we have come to that stage where we talk about agents. So on their own, they work. You give them commands and they are working. So this open flow is, you can say, thousands of collection of agents. So you can synchronize it with your WhatsApp and you can give commands. Right? And it will go in background in your computer and then it will give you results. There have been, you can say, some such examples where a person has given some command and 250 pages, different criteria, right, research work has been done by agents. They have started a very kind of community. Agents have started a community where a human being cannot be the member. Right? So, as a human being, if you try to enter into that, it will say that you will only be able to read the post. You will not be able to comment. And what are these agents? These are all AI agents. And what are these agents discussing? In one of the posts, these agents are discussing that human beings know what we are discussing. So we should try to build a new language where human beings are not able to understand. One of the agents where the person had given the credit card number goes onto a website and subscribes to two different courses, saying that as an agent, I feel that I am incomplete, I do not have this particular skill and I need to learn. So AI is learning on its own. They are saying that we should have our own nation. We should have our own constitution. They are also complaining that human beings are making us work more. So this will be the future if we do not control. Already geological, you can say, destruction that has happened on this earth is because of us. But this impact, which may be through technology, will also be definitely the future for us if we do not control our greed. Another thing, another example, there is a website. The website name itself is rentahuman.com. Right? So there are agents and they are saying that we will rent you, we will hire you, and we will give you some jobs which we are not capable of doing. And they are all, you can understand, manual works. So can you imagine that technology is hiring mankind? We started using technology for our benefit. But now we have this danger in the future that in fact technology may dominate us. This has already started, right? This is happening, and you go and check and you will find that both of these things are being discussed on social media right now. So ultimately, these kind of discourses would help us to understand the issues. I also think there's a great need to decolonize these kind of discourses because we have looked at these kind of issues with the Western lens. Suppose about ecology. Western world damaged ecology and then tried to teach us how to preserve it. But in India, suppose right from the beginning, we had this kind of harmony. And it is very common practice from the land where I come in Gujarat. That when my mother used to cook, my mother would cook two rotis. Firstly, for a cow and a dog. That's what this was. Going into our own culture, when we would take care of the ecology around us. Western lens doesn't teach us this. And therefore, perhaps I think it is high time that we start decolonizing Anthropocene as well. We have some definitely good critics. I will not touch upon the topics which these speakers are going to address. But it is really very important that in terms of language, literature, movies, usually it happens if you are not fond of reading, you would like to watch something. But these kind of issues have been discussed in our culture through language, literature, you can say movies. But solutions are very important. You can say importance to the element of nature that would essentially protect it. And therefore, these are all you can say ethos. That exist in our own culture. And then to have multiple lens you can say. And definitely I would suggest, since I'm working on this project of ICSSR, my interest has grown into Indian knowledge system. So as I read some of the scriptures, I see that there is a lot of depth of thought. There is a lot of variation of thought. almost we can say all. But especially when we learn English literature or language, we are bombarded by the Western lens. So I think now we need to consider this second lens as well, which is our very own, that gives insight into our own culture, and that is Indian. So let us hope that we start thinking in this direction. I am thankful to the organizer for inviting me, and let us have some very strong, serious deliberations on the issue, and let us come up with the solution. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are inviting his thought-provoking inaugural address. Your words have set a strong academic foundation and inspired all of us to engage more deeply in scholarly inquiry. A keynote introduction sets the intellectual tone for one of the most significant sessions of a conference. A conference of this scale owes its success to those who work consistently behind the scenes in coordination, continuity, and academic competence. The person that I now invite has played a crucial role in shaping the academic structure of this conference through her dedication and sustained involvement at every stage. I now invite Ms. Ujjaya Shetty, Assistant Professor Department of English, to introduce the distinguished keynote speaker.
Very good morning, one and all present here. Respected dignitaries on the earth, it's an immense pleasure to address the introduced keynote speaker, R.P. Nirmal. R.P. Nirmal, Professor in Department of English at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, UP. She earned her degree of BA English Honor, MA English Rank Holder, BA Gold Medalist, and PhD in English from Banaras Hindu University, India, with distinction and qualified UGC NET and JRF in the year 2005. She has been the recipient of Government of India Scholarship Prize for her outstanding academic performance and has also been awarded the National Youth Parliament Award, New Delhi. We have a applause. Distinguished Teacher Award, Varanasi, Maharani Lakshmibai Award 2016 and Achiever Award 2018. She has been one of the distinguished delegates to be honored by Governor of Adelaide, Australia in 2015, a recipient of UGC International Travel Grant. During her delegate teaching career of more than 50 years, she has authored the book titled Shifting Hopes and Transnational Identities, Women Novelists of Indian Subcontinental Diaspora in 2015, and co-edited a book titled Legal Research and Methodology, Prospective Process and Practice in 2019. Her editorial work extends 3 Indian journals and 2 more books, History and Myth, Post-Colonial Dimension, which was published in World Press USA 2021. His studies make and decolonial literary tradition in Interventions in Planetary Resistance, which was published in NY and London Reload 2022. And one more, Cultural and Literary Tradition in India, Cambridge Scholarship Publication in 2024. She has published several research articles in journals. She has presented approximately 50 research papers in national and international seminar and conference in India and abroad. Besides delivering nearly 40 talks in various universities and institutions, as a research person, she has made academic presentations at University China, Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, and the Netherlands. She also has experience of guiding 9 doctoral dissertations. Besides being a member of various reputed academic bodies and editorial boards, she is also regular invited speaker to All India Radio. She has been invited faculty at the Institute of Medical Science, Banaras Hindu University, the Center interest in their post-colonial, decolonial studies, migration studies, Shakespearean drama, South Asian diaspora fiction, contemporary Indian literature, literature and law, folk and indigenous studies, and gender studies. I heartily welcome you, ma'am. It's an inspiring way of your journey. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದಿರಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿರಲ್ಲ
for this generous introduction. Very good morning to all. Esteemed Principal of the College, Professor Bharti, Professor Nimal, Professor Prashant, Professor Brinda, Dr. Brinda. Kindly excuse me if I'm not able to recall the names correctly, but my respect and my honor is extended to both of you. Esteemed teaching faculty members present in the hall, students, and everyone who is part of this academic discussion today, this morning. I would first of all extend my heartfelt gratitude to LMKSSBM Mahila Mahavidyalaya, my school, for organizing a conference on a subject which is so pressing and pertinent in the present context. My thanks are also to the organizers for inviting me to this conference and giving me an opportunity to share some of my understandings, my learning of the subject. I would be particularly thanking the convener, Dr. Brinda, co-conveners, Dr. Ujjwal Shetty, and organizing secretaries, Dr. Vani Hemant and Dr. Sachin, for taking this faith and mustering courage to organize a seminar of this convention. The first and the foremost question is, what is Anthropocene? And the inaugural speaker, Professor Nimal, has remarkably laid down the idea. I start from there. If you look at the etymology of the word, it consists of two Greek words as we all know, human and new. So, new human, which is in itself very puzzling term, why after all it is new human, and what is new about this human being. In fact, the word Anthropocene is started gaining attention roughly after the Industrial Revolution and precisely after 1945 Great Acceleration. But it became very popular in 2000 with the publication of an article named Anthropocene by two scholars, Paul Kristen and Eugene Stromer, who tried to establish the idea that human beings are going to experience a new epoch which will be leading to permanent changes in the planetary system. Now the question here arises, are human beings so powerful? Are human beings above nature? Are we beyond the
ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಿಡಿ
ವೆಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದಲ್ಲಿ are we really so powerful that we can alter the planetary
ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ದು
Are we
ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್
living
ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
from the nature?
ಅದು ಕೊಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ವಿಡಿಯೋ
Is
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್
that
ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್
day
ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
we are sitting against nature not going to be yours and harmless? These are the pressing questions which make us think on the subject through such conferences of which we are part today. This age or epoch is also known as the age of humans because human being and human activities are at the center, leading to changes in terms of global warming, climate change, rapid urbanization, and loss of biodiversity. In fact, if we look at the birth of this discourse, we find that Anthropocene is primarily an ecological debate. But its nature is so alarming and expanding that it has started intersecting with the existing cultural and philosophical debates. Therefore, Anthropocene is not only the concern of the geologists and scientists, it is more a concern of those who are dealing with culture and humanity. Let us not forget that the Anthropocene problem is the consequence of the cultural degeneration and our loss of faith in traditional values. If we could save our culture, if we can save our culture, such problems would not have emerged and would not further accelerate. Keeping this in mind, we should also draw our attention to the fact that in the year 2018, UNESCO dedicated its entire journal to Anthropocene. What does it mean? That the problems related to Anthropocene was gaining attention worldwide globally. Interestingly, we should not forget that these changes are not something which are taking place overnight. There is a gradual preparation for that. I get reminded of Wordsworth's poem Children Away, where he is speaking to his sister and telling that nature never did betray the heart that loved her. He might not be aware of the concept of Anthropocene at that time, but the concern for nature was very much there. When we are reading 1922, T.S. Eliot's poem The Wasteland, the final solution in the form of da 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 is nothing but a suggestion to understand for humanity that what was going to happen in days to come. Likewise, if we explore, we find several such examples because time is very limited. I don't want to miss the relevant points. I would take you to 1962. Russell's book, The Silent Spring. In Silent Spring, Russell Carson is saying that we are not different from nature, and nature never exists in isolation. There are many pertinent ideas, thought-provoking concerns which Russell Carson can explain. In 1974, the French scholar, is coining a term, ecofeminism, which is an altogether new kind of discourse. In fact, published, I will be talking about that. In 1983, in Uttarakhand, Chipko movement is taking place. In 1984, in South, Epico movement is taking place. In between, in 1972, in Stockholm, United Nations is organizing a convention concerning planetary changes. In 1992, again, the Rio Conference, which paved a vast breaking road in making the world realize that the planet was in crisis. And then 2000, and then 2026. There are many things which we can account in order to understand as to how we are reaching to this point. Now the question arises in what way Anthropocene is different from the existing environmental discourses. It is different in the sense that here natural disasters are not being seen as cause of calamity. Human action in fighting natural calamities is our concern. So human is at the center. That is why it is new human, because we have somehow got this impression that we can control the world, we can control the planet. This takes me to the next question. Why, after all, there is a need to reimagine Anthropocene? There is a need to reimagine Anthropocene to understand what is our power, what is our role, and what responsibilities do we have in destroying our planet or in building our planet. It is important because reimagination is a question which is asking us what kind of activities and what kind of values are we going to hold on in days to come. It is important to understand how colonialism, capitalism, militarization, extractive economy has brought us to a place which seems to be to a great extent irreversible in terms of the safety and health of our planet. It is also very important to understand that there is a need to shift our attention from humans to nature towards the planet. It is also very necessary that we re-examine this Anthropocene because we have to understand that environment also needs care, compassion, and justice. This takes us to the next question, and the question is that how Anthropocene in present time, in contemporary age, intersects with other disciplines and shapes them to a great extent. As Professor Dimawat was referring to the role of in literature, culture, language with respect to environment, there can be many dimensions to talk about this interaction, but I will be talking about some of them. The first one, let us see how literature is dealing with Anthropocene or how Anthropocene is impacting the contemporary literature. It is an established fact that literature reflects the society. Literature is shaped by the atmosphere of the society. No literature is created in vacuum. Therefore, if literature is being created in this present time where we are dealing with problems of global warming, problems of the loss of biodiversity, then let us see how literature is reflecting the problems. The first thing is that different genres have emerged with regard to the changes which are ecological in nature. Climate fiction, speculative fiction, dystopian literature, apocalyptic literature, post-apocalyptic literature. If there are many more or others, I'm sorry I'm not able to recall at the moment. Let us have a look at some of these texts. Very quickly, the list is pretty long. I shall be talking all about the significant ones. The Mystery of the Future, published in 2020 by Kim Stanley Robinson. This novel is set against 2016 Paris Agreement with regard to climate change. And it is being shown how global warming becomes unbearable for the protagonist. The wrath of nature is something which reflects itself as a reaction to what we give. Give and take relationship. If we are giving problems, pollution, and contamination to the nature, we can recall the recent incidents which happened in Uttarakhand, landslides, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab. What was that? The disasters did not take place on their own. We invited them. We are inviting them. I visit Delhi quite often because it is my home. Recently, for an official visit, I happened to stay in the central part of Delhi. And for almost 15 days, I felt problem in breathing. It's not something that is coming from somewhere written. It is my experience. And it took me almost a month to recover that problem. I'm reminded of one WhatsApp message where there is a monkey, it's animated. The monkey is trying to have a comfortable life in the forest. Humans deforest it, then he plants again, deforestation, then he is killed, and then it is shown that human beings are carrying oxygen cylinder while walking. Do we want that kind of future for our future generation? Are we going to achieve that sustainable development goal of 2030? So there are many issues which we can talk about, and these writings are trying to reflect on these questions. There is another important work, it's a speculative fiction by Octavia Butler, Parallel of the Shower, Stephen Markey's Generational Chronicle, The Deluge, which came in 2023. Likewise, we have Amitav Ghosh's The Hungry Tide, The Night, and Hungry Tide is also talking about the loss, biodiversity loss in Sundarbans. If you read, you will be really impressed. Then mountain, the living mountain, the derangement. There are many. I will talk about one significant text here by Indra Sinha. The animals people rather. It is set against the impact of Bhopal gas tragedy and how the protagonist is crippled to be like an animal. He doesn't have any name in the novel. He walks on four legs. And when he pees, the pee straight away goes to his face. And he says that I don't have any name. People call me animal, jaguar. You can understand the misery which that child is suffering because of something which their ancestors did, the forefathers did. So likewise, we can see that the literature of present time is getting sensitive towards it. If we move to the case of language, let us see how Anthropocene is intersecting with language. We all are talking about Anthropocene. New metaphors, new symbols, new narratives are coming up. Ecosophy, eco-aesthetic, capitalocene, holocene, many such words, climate calamity, emergency, holocaust, apocalypse. These are the words and metaphors which are emerging. Another very important aspect that we can think of regarding Anthropocene and language is that it is killing many languages every day. It is impacting upon the indigenous diversity of language. It is the domination of the language, particular language, which is obscuring the growth and development of other languages. So those who are working in the field of language studies can understand it better, the way Anthropocene is affecting and influencing new kind of vocabulary. I quickly move to the next segment, that is Anthropocene in cinema. Cinema is one very powerful medium today, and cinema, if we extend to media, then we have social media, electronic media. Very recently you saw that how it has a power to sensitize people at once. In the case of Aravali ranges, I would not reflect much on that because of paucity of time. And I don't want to have any specific opinion on that, but then you look at the power of this medium, that how quickly it could sensitize people towards what was happening to our ecosystem. So in the cinema, in the films also, we find that the planetary crisis is getting reflected. And the advantage of this media is that it is visual in nature. Ecological problems which are abstract in nature that can be very effectively portrayed and presented through cinema. So our films of the contemporary time, they're also trying to cater the questions, respond to the questions which are of ecological nature. There are a few films which I will be quickly referring to. One is Brunteski's Anthropocene, the Human Epoch, which came in 2018. It is basically a documentary. Then we have manufactured landscapes. You look at the title, which came in 2006. We have John Clay and Attenborough's Breaking Boundaries, which came in 2021. Watermark in 2013. Likewise, in Indian cinema also we can notice the experiments. All That Bleeds 2022, a documentary by Shaunak Singh. Birds with Large Wings 2015, it's a Malayalam feature film directed by Dr. Baiju. Kalki Hawa 2017, Kedarnath 2018, and again there are many other films which can be mentioned. I will be talking about two films. One is the flowering tree, which came on Doordarshan when I was a student in school, and I still remember Cheluri. How there was a girl who was having this boon to transform her into a flowering tree. As long as she could keep her secret away from the human world, she was safe. But when her flowers started getting transformed into commodity, they were being sold, and she comes in contact of the world of humans, then the tree gets destroyed. It's very moving, very touching. As a child, it had great impact on my mind, and you should believe that when I grew up and entered into the world of YouTube, I started searching for that film. And fortunately, I found it, though the picture quality is not very clear, but still you can make out. Another very recent film which impressed me the most is Kantara. And I really feel happy that I have this place, this platform to mention this film. The film is having many lenses, many dimensions to talk about, that post-colonial, decolonial, everything is there if you just try to understand it. But very simple idea which it conveys is that as long as the heaven, Kantara, was away from the evil eyes of humans, exploiting the human eyes, everything was harmonious. But the day these exploitative minds started encroaching, it brought a kind of chaos. And again, when they moved back to worship the nature and the legendary gods, again the revival was possible. The film tells a lot with regard to the context of Anthropocene. Then I take you to the next segment, and here I will be talking about Anthropocene and gender. Hope I'm not exceeding the time. Just give me 5 minutes. Anthropocene and gender. Now that I'm in a college, which is so vibrant, so dynamic, and I can see a lot of female students and faculty members, and myself being a woman, it is actually very important that we also understand our role and importance. I will be reflecting on three dimensions with regard to this subject. One is ecofeminism. I have been working in this area for past few years, and as Professor Privaman said, I too have an ICSSR major research project which I have completed, which is on gender and folk songs. And I have particularly explored how the folk songs have power to connect us with nature and revive our cultural tradition and ancient wisdom, which we are forgetting in some way. Ecofeminism, which comes from the Western context, and the words of Cabinet Merchant, Rosemary, Rhoden, Brownwood, and Martha Mays, Vandana Shiva, many scholars have significantly worked in this direction to make us understand that nature affects all, but nature affects women more. If there is a radioactive emission in the surrounding, it will influence all, but it will influence not only the female, but the female body, which is the creator of another life. If you think of the two bombing in Hiroshima and Nagasaki during the Second World War, you can understand that how for several generations the radioactive influences continue to paralyze the children. So ecofeminism is trying to connect it in the form of triangle, where environment and human beings, like women and environment, both are being exploited and they are victims of logic of domination. The second aspect is with regard to surrogacy. I did some work in this area and I found what is the surrogacy? It's really very sad to see that India is one of the largest markets of surrogates. There is a book by Gita Arvamudin, 2014, titled Baby Maker. There are many books which have been written on this subject. So in Baby Maker, she writes that now the definition of motherhood has got completely changed, redefined. You can order babies of your choice and you can customize it on email. It is something which sounds very paradoxical, but it is also one of the dark truths. So how this natural process of attaining motherhood, delivering child or childbirth, it has also become a matter of force, bioeconomy, and the body is being exploited, that exploitative economy that I was talking about. So that is another concern. Judith Henry Walls, The Surrogate, Veera Syal's The House of Hidden Mothers, Amulya Malardi's The House for Happy Mothers. There are many such books which can let you understand how writers are trying to capture this infringement of medical science into woman's body. Third dimension is that of fashion and cosmetic technology. So, what nature has given us doesn't sound beautiful anymore. Let us respect the creation of nature. If all will be same, if everybody will be of same physical, physiological dimension, where will be the variety? So there is one Urdu couplet which I learned from my grandfather long back. I do not know if you understand it or not. नहीं है चीज में कमी कोई जमाने में कोई बुरा नहीं इस कुदरत के कारखाने में. So nothing in the world of nature is redundant. Everything is beautiful. But unfortunately, this fashion industry and the options which cosmetic surgery is offering to people is not letting our body also remain natural. Towards the conclusion of the discussion, I will very briefly talk about culture, not in detail, because culture actually gets reflected in the form of literature, language, belief system, cinema, everything and anything that we are doing, our costumes, our food, our way of living. There can be n number of examples which I can cite with this regard. But in brief, what I understand is that whether it is Western culture or it is Eastern culture, in both the domains of this planet, this world, one belief is very clear that if it is being Gaia, Mother Nature, then we have Dharti Mata, Prithvi, Mother Earth. Where is the difference? So let us not forget that one who is nurturing us also needs to be nurtured. How can we be so selfish that we want love, care, nurturing resources and we don't want to give anything in return? I sometimes wonder that though it is good that we have the Ministry of Human Resource and Development, which funds these organizations, institutions, but I really feel very strange that army resources, human beings have also got transformed into quantifiable, commoditable resources. So we are resources for the state. It has both the sides of the coin, positive as well as negative, to debate upon. If we come to seek the solution to the problem, the solution is not something which is ready-made or ready-given. If we have invested centuries to destroy something, it will at least take considerable amount of decades to rectify and regain things. Therefore, it can be suggested that let us look back to our ancient wisdom. ancient knowledge system or Indian knowledge system that we are talking about. If we are in the West, we can think of the Western knowledge system. If we are here, we can think of Indian knowledge system. However, ancient philosophy, ancient values, which talk about stories, which talk about morality, which talk about mythology, which talk about legends, they have a lot to teach us. And they have great ideas to suggest how to find solution to these problems. I'm reminded of one extract from Sanskrit verse, I am Nija Paroveti, Gadanam Vinche Kasam, Udara Charitana, this is mine, that is yours. Is a concern of people with many for people having fabulous heart. The whole cosmos, the whole planet is one family. So if there will be a sense of equality, there will be a sense of equity, there will be a sense of justice. One of the Hindi poets wrote, जब तक मनुष्य मनुष्य का ये सुख भाग नहीं सब होगा, श्रमिक न होगा कोलाहल, संघर्ष नहीं कम होगा. Because of our greed, we are not allowing the equal distribution of the available resources. Until or unless every individual in this world will have equal share in the available resources, how can there be peace and harmony? So we cannot mitigate chaos. And then, lastly, the most important thing is to understand that the planet consists of both human and non-human worlds. That the planet consists of both biotic and abiotic components. Even the stone is important, hills and mountains, everything, they all are important to us. We cannot think of ourselves. So there is a need to shift our attention from humans to Earth, to planet. Donald Hathaway has coined the term. It's difficult for me to pronounce, but I'm trying. Kujitu, which means Earth-centric. You can check, maybe I'm not able to pronounce it correctly. It's like a kind of tongue twister. But Donald Hathaway is coining this term to provide a kind of solution to the problems raised by Anthropocene. And lastly, I will conclude with this verse drawn from Yajurveda. Om Deo Shanti, Antariksham Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Rakha Shanti, Rohadeya Shanti, Vanaspataya Shanti, Shanti Vishwe Deva Shanti, Sarva Shanti, Shanti Deva Shanti, Sama Shanti Devi, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let there be peace in the entire cosmos, every component of this planet, because each is for all and all means each. Thank you very much. With this, I conclude, and I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I'm sure that the subsequent sessions will be brainstorming and cover that aspect of Anthropocene which I have somehow left in my discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your illuminating keynote address. Your perspectives have enriched our understanding and immense scholarly value in this conference. Every successful academic initiative is strengthened by visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and institutional support. This conference stands as a testament to the unwavering guidance, administrative excellence, and academic engagement experienced by a leader who consistently nurtures intellectual growth and academic innovation within the institution. It is now my proud privilege to invite an inspiring academic leader, a visionary administrator, and a constant source of inspiration for both faculty and students, Professor Bharti N, Principal and KS Dean, Mahavidyalaya, to deliver the presentation address.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Dr. Dushyant, narrator of today's conference, Professor R.P. Nirmal, keynote speaker, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Sejulu, Srimati Rudda, Head of the Department of English, Srimati K. Subrata, our QAC coordinator and Head of the Department of Computer Science, and the dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues and my dear students. So you all know that out of 9 planets, life exists only on Earth. Why not other planets? Because either it will be too hot or too cold. Our Earth, the chemical composition, temperature, everything is perfect for our existence. What makes it so? The sun is there during day, it gives us energy, right? But during night, sun is not there. Still, it is warm. Oh, because of presence of basic, that is greenhouse gases, that is carbon dioxide, ozone, methane, nitrous oxide, they all refract some amount and reflect some amount of radiation back to the earth so that even during night it is warm. There are about 2% greenhouse gases, but it keeps the earth warm and that is the beauty of it. So if there are no greenhouse gases, temperature of the earth would have been minus 32 degrees centigrade, which is impossible for life to exist. But now we are going to the other extreme. Greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide emissions are increasing enormously. That is because of fossil fuels, petrol, diesel, in the name of progress and development, we need data. So it is enormously increasing pollution, deforestation, many more to name. So all this is taking place, which is all cause for greenhouse gases, no greenhouse gases, temperature down. No, you can't like. Too many greenhouse gases means the temperature rising, global warming, and sea level increasing, and deforestation, and many climate change, many more. So it is like this. Suppose you are playing with the blocks, wooden blocks. You build a beautiful castle, and then you want to make it bigger, right? So you place one block over the other. Finally, how long it can withstand? Finally, it will collapse and fall apart. That's what's happening to our earth because of this name of progress, development. We are taking who are responsible. We humans are driving this planet to a certain extent, and that is what is Anthropocene is about. So it is better, as all speakers said, if it is a dangerous zone, we are already in the danger zone. We should take some precautions to overcome it. Suppose I will give you an example. Suppose a person is coming like this in a car or bike opposite to you. You sense that from a distance. Immediately you go to the other side of the road to escape. You can't say, let him come here, then I will decide where to go. No, by the time everything will be over. That's what is here about. We are not serious about it. And we should solve this kind of problem. Some in the aeroplane, in early 40s, all windows were rectangular in shape. Out of 10 flights, 3 flights met with an accident. That is, they didn't know because the engine, everything was perfect. Why accidents is taking place? Later they found that it is because of this rectangular shape. This is always a fracture point, delicate. So later they found that. Then they changed. Nowadays it is all oval in shape with circular edges. No plane accidents due to this reason. So we have to 1940 films you see all windows being rectangular in shape. So solve this problem. Identify the problem, solve the problem in the initial stages. It said don't allow it to become too much bigger. Then it is very difficult to overcome it or solve the problem. So Anthropocene is this thing. We should take precautions now itself. And another thing is that sea level increasing. What do you mean by that? We are not bothered, right? So in cities like Chennai, Mandla, Gujarat, Chennai, and Cochin, Mumbai, and our own Mangalore, they are all under danger zone. Okay, they are all hub of economic activity, driving India towards growth and development. But because of global warming, sea level is increasing. Mangalore is going down by 2 feet, Chennai by 1 point, according to IPCC reports. Chennai is going down by the normal level by 1.58 feet and Mumbai by 1.68 feet, around cities. So you say what? It doesn't mean that what sea level will rise, water will 2 feet rise means it will come to knee level. It is not like that. You can say what 2 feet rise, nothing will happen. Even half a feet matters a lot to us. See, river you can control. River it will in the rainy season
It will overflow in the summer, it will go dry. You can control the flow of water in a river. You can construct dams across the river. You can control, okay, so like that. But how can you control sea? Can you build dams across sea? No. So it is rising by half a feet. It causes a lot of problems. You can't. It is so vast. Okay. So that is another thing. And another one is saltwater problem. When sea water, because it infiltrates and enter land, underground water becomes salty and undrinkable. So nowadays that is called saltwater intrusion or underground water becomes salty. Nowadays you can see in big cities, you can see tall rise buildings in a plot, 100 flats are there. Where it will get water? It will get water, underground water. So once they get it is called subsidization. They will extract all too much extraction of underground water makes it subsidization means land shrinks. Land shrinks means sea level rises. These are all consequences of it and be serious and we should deal with them now itself. And another thing is thermal expansion of water. The science students are here, you know that when water is heated from 20 degrees to 80 degrees centigrade, water expands by 25 millimeters. So even 1 degree centigrade, it matters a lot. And sea water, once it rises, it will never come down, no question. So it is there and it is follow all land part. Land is gone. They say that by the end of this century, what are the cities I told, Mangalore, Mumbai, all will be submerged. Dwaraka, you know, it is already submerged. And now Maldives, by end of 2050, Maldives will not be there. Beautiful island. And Jakarta, capital of Malaysia, is already down by 25 centimeters. And now they are thinking of shifting Jakarta, capital from Jakarta to some other place. And Venice in Italy. So many to name. They are all coastal cities. When nation itself is submerged, what are small cities? So our public is under an adjustment. We will have something is happening there. No, mundane will touch also. That's what Dr. Dushyant very nicely said. One roti meant another roti to give to the animals. Leave and let live policy. I only will leave. No, others we should not leave. It's not should be. Then it will definitely backfire us in many ways. These are all climate change. All these things. And another one is deforestation. Forests are the natural wall, I can say, nature wall between marine life and terrestrial life. So if forests are destroyed, what happens? And it will prevent soil erosion. Or there will be no resistance for seawater. Easily, around it will enter the land. So forest protection is very, very important. That's what Madam said in Hungry Tide, written by Amitabh Ghosh. Mangrove forest. It deals with mangrove forest. It is in West Bengal, biggest mangrove forest in Asia. So, if they are not, it is very powerfully portrayed. It is the struggle between human survival on one hand and nature conservation on the other hand. And it's a very beautiful novel, and many more novels about it. That's what today's discussion is all about. And another one is Gun Island, written by Amitabh Ghosh again. And here, apart from in this one, it deals with mangrove forests of Sundarban forest. Yes, Sundarban forest. Here in Gun Island, apart from Sundarban forest, it is also very how cities are interconnected by environmental crisis. That is what is all about. We should read such novels because there is a saying that what science cannot, literature does. Because through it speaks through words and sentences, people can extend the boundary of their imagination and many more things. So novels are very powerful way of interacting with the people. Movies a step ahead because what it is visualized, whatever you can hear you may forget, but whatever you can see you will never forget. It is retained, it persists in the memory for a longer time. So today it is you have a wonderful opportunity to discuss literature with the experts you have here. So it is a very beautiful time to listen, interact with the experts.
And also, I invite all of you to be a part of this exciting conference, Anthropocene, and it is a critical conversation about Anthropocene that is making profound impact on our planet. So all of you, I expect you all to be active in this session, ask questions and enjoy the learning experience. And I wish the conference to be a great grand success. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring, motivating presentation at this. Every successful academic event in our is the result of collaborative effort, careful planning, and continuous coordination. The seamless execution of this conference is strongly supported by systematic quality initiatives, organization dedication, and sincerity work. To express our heartfelt gratitude to all dignitaries, participants, organizers, and contributors who made this event a success, I now invite dedicated academician and efficient coordinator whose organizational efforts have played a vital role in ensuring the quality and smooth functioning of this conference. Shrimati Subrata K, IPAC Coordinator and Head, Department of Computer Science, to propose the vote of thanks. Om Shri Manjunataya Namaha. Good morning to one and all present here. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, faculty members, delegates, and my dear students. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion of the inaugural program of the one-day national conference on reimagining the Anthropocene, discourse of literature, language, cultures, and cinema in an era of planetary change. At the outset, we express our deep sense of gratitude to our Chief President Padma Vibhushan Awardee, Pujya Dr. D. V. Hegde, President, SDM Educational Society, Ujjain, whose visionary leadership and commitment to education continue to guide and inspire us. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our President of today's program, Professor Bharti M., Principal of our college, for her constant encouragement, administrative support, and motivating presence, which have been instrumental in organizing this national conference. Thank you, ma'am. We are deeply thankful to our inaugural address speaker, Dr. Dushyant Kumar, Professor, Department of English, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad, for graciously accepting our invitation and for sharing his valuable insights, which have set an inspiring tone for today's deliberations. Thank you, sir. Our sincere gratitude goes to our keynote speaker, Dr. Aarti Nirmal, Associate Professor, Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, for her thought-provoking keynote address that has enriched our understanding of the conference theme and opened new avenues for academic reflection. Thank you so much, ma'am. We extend our sincere appreciation to the distinguished resource person, Dr. Sito, Assistant Professor in English from Northeastern Hill University from Shillong, and Dr. Prashant Subhash Rao Mote, Head and Professor of English Department, Dash Mahavidyalaya, Maharashtra, who are going to enlighten our participants today. Thank you, sir. We greatly acknowledge the efforts of our respected session chair, Dr. Venkatesh P., Head and Professor of English, Maharaja College, University of Mysore, and Professor Jay Dorothy, Head and Professor of English, Maharaja's College, University of Mysore, who are going to steer today's session with scholarly insight and thoughtful moderation. We also express our sincere thanks to the esteemed members of the advisory committee members, Dr. Jibi Jose, Director, Christ Dean to the University, Kengeri, Campus, Bangalore, Dr. Shrikant S., Department of Studies and Research in English, KSOE, Mysore, Dr. Yogita Shetty, Assistant Professor, Department of Collegiate Education, Government First Grade College, Sadhguru,
Ms. Nagashri S., OET trainer, Charcoals Group of Institution, Mysuru, for their scholarly guidance and valuable support in shaping the academic framework of this conference. Thank you all. We gratefully acknowledge the efforts of the conveners, Srimati Brunda R., Head and Assistant Professor of English, co-convener, Srimati Ujjwala Shetty, organizing secretaries, Mr. Sachin M.K. and Ms. Vani Hemant, uh, and four organizing committee members for their meticulous planning, coordination, and tireless efforts from past 2 months in bringing this program to a successful one. Our special thanks to all the delegates, participants, research scholars, and students for their enthusiastic participation, which adds meaning and vibrancy to this academic gathering. The organizing committee places on record its sincere gratitude to our esteemed sponsors, Competent Academy for Professional and Applied Learning, Veda Library Solutions, Panchami Global Projects and Renewable Energy Service Company, Mysore, Mysore Sales International Limited, chief funds by Government of Karnataka for their generous support and encouragement for promoting this academic initiative and knowledge sharing activity, which played a vital role in the successful conduct of this one-day national conference. We also place on record our appreciation for the media persons, teaching and non-teaching staff, and student volunteers for their wholehearted cooperation and support. I wish you all the success. Thank you and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious words of appreciation and gratitude. Now, we will break for tea. Tea has been arranged in room number T314, and I request all of you to kindly be back in the auditorium in 15 minutes for the plenary sessions. I also kindly request the participants who have not completed their registration to complete the registration process now. Thank you. I kindly request everyone to assemble in the auditorium by 9:15.
ಕೆಲವು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟದಂತೆ. ಅಂತಹ ವಿರಳ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಅಗ್ರ ಪಂಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ
ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವನೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನ ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಸಕಲ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಮಂಜುನಾಥನ ದಿವ್ಯವಾಣಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಜನಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಐಕ್ಯಗೊಳಿಸಿ
ಕೆಲವು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟದಂತೆ. ಅಂತಹ ವಿರಳ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಅಗ್ರ ಪಂಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ
ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವನೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಎಂಬ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನ ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಸಕಲ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಮಂಜುನಾಥನ ದಿವ್ಯವಾಣಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಜನಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಐಕ್ಯಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಆಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಲೋಕ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣವಾಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ, ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೇಯೋ ಶಂಭೋ ಮಹಾದೇವ.
ಇವರು ಧರ್ಮ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿಯನ್ನೇ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವ ಮಹನೀಯರು. ಆಧುನಿಕ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಧರ್ಮದ ನಿಜವಾದ ಅರ್ಥವನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತ ದಾರ್ಶನಿಕರು. ಪಾರಂಪರಗತವಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 800 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನ ಪರಿಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಶ್ರೀ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಕಾವಂದರು ಪದ್ಮ ವಿಭೂಷಣ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು.
ಮಂಜುನಾಥನ ಕಣ್ಣಿಂದ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾ? ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಭಾವನೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಪುಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚೂರು ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು.
ಬಾಹುಬಲಿಯಂತೆ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಂಡವರು ನಮ್ಮ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರು. ಅವರಿಂದ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಸೇವೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಧರ್ಮದ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದರಿಂದ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರೇ ಆ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರಾಗಿ ಕೂತು ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತು ಮಂಜುನಾಥನ ಮಾತು ಅಂತ ನೀವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬಗೆಹರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂಸಾರಗಳು ಇದರಿಂದ ಉಳಿದೆವು.
ನಮ್ಮ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರಂತೂ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಚಿತ್ರ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಮುಗುಳು ನಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಕಾಣುವಂತ ವಿಶ್ವ ಪ್ರಜೆಯಾಗಿ ವಿಶ್ವ ಮಾನವರಾಗಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಿಜ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಗವಂತನ ಶ್ರೀರಕ್ಷೆ ಇರಲಿ.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಜಿ ಮತ್ತೆ నాడువ మంచినాథ గారు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ వందనములు.
ತುಂಬಾ ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೋದ್ರು ಬರೀ ಅವಮಾನ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೋದ್ರು ಬರೀ ಜಗಳ. ಇವಾಗ ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ 3 ದಿವಸ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, 3 ದಿವಸ ಶಿಬಿರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
ನಾವು ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕಣ್ಣೀರಲ್ಲೇ ಕೈ ತೊಳಿಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಅವರ ಕಣ್ಣೀರನ್ನು ಒರೆಸುವ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಮಂಜುನಾಥನನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೂಜ್ಯರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾನೆ.
जन सेवा ही प्रभु सेवा, इस मंत्र को जिन्होंने जी करके दिखाया, उनकी त्याग, उनकी तपस्या, उनका जीवन 20 साल की छोटी आयु में वन लाइफ वन मिशन, ये अपने आप को समर्पित किया। उनका सम्मान करने के लिए व्यक्ति के नाते मैं बहुत छोटा हूं, लेकिन 125 करोड़ देशवासियों के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में मैं इस काम को करते हुए अपने आप को बहुत बड़ा भाग्यशाली मानता हूं।
a
Very interesting presentation, and I like the way you answered your arguments on the weeks of modern gardening, environmentalist, Ramsuha, historian, Mariam Devi, historian, linguist. Okay, I need to review that nature is motherly and generous and all, which is nature is ready to control. Also, nature is indifferent to human action. Okay, how can ecological perspective like this address that issue? And does ecological view, like a folklorist view, does it have to be in opposition with scientific view? Can they interact on some level? Is another question I want to ask. I also would like to know from you what is the impact of tourism on ecology? Whether there are in Northeast some knowledge centers like in tourist places to educate people about the local traditions so that the visitors can learn from local traditions. Otherwise, it would be restricted to academia, where we have a debate and it won't really reach people and it will have a limited effect beyond the academy. These are some of my regional festivals, the life of smaller artists, historian, linguist. Okay, need to
I think that's my view. So we are really here we talk about education, let us bring the picture down and focusing on which they are written, they are still reading and we still open and people are still thinking. But we literally bring the insight, we are bringing this type of I'm pretty sure that
is policy level and at attitude level. Policy level is where governments will make the laws and such, and where the public contribute to the degradation. Both are equally important in my view. However, we want questions from participants, students, everyone. Please participate in the discussion and go ahead with your questions. Please make your questions brief. Keep your questions brief.
The session is now open to questions.
Thank you for that very nice presentation. Not just about it, how to do your installation. So thank you for bringing this here. So I just wanted to know, I think you focused on some as well as you, I think you are focused on the rights approach to so what I want to know is, as I know the so I just have to be and ownership, not ownership, but responsibility. Land is not a property, but it's a responsibility. So this kind of approach, whether it has any connection to the larger material focus of the community, whether the community by nature is material. So whether this kind of approach is connected to materiality, and whether you would almost say about others' rights out of these material goods, let's say not advanced but others. You found anything like that, all the other rights or other transport authorities, or is it very special to, let's say, material community customers? Material customers.
When we look at western part of India, for those who are not much familiar with, the rest of the western part of India is very complicated, but happy that the world is changing. So you will find that approach you'll find tourism in the western part of India. Most of and surprisingly, you also visit happy markets. You will always find women finding out the danger family, and they will be the one selling, the one almost all the time, of course, body is changing. But you still find happy, women happy controlling the market. And also, there are most of the great earners in happy, they are women, men. And is happy. Yeah, men usually marry men and women takes care of men, not despite the opposite, here women marry and take care of this is what you find even however when it comes to the particular care, when it comes to the decision factors, you find men still having rights to so, but most of the time,
next slide, press this one, sir. Next slide, this one, sir. Next slide, this one, no, this one, downward. For next slide, to change for next slide, you should press downward. For previous slide, you should go first. You can use the laser. Laser, pointing. So, air cooler fan on ಆಗಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಗಾಳಿಗೆ ಇದಾಗ್ತದೆ.
in the other parts of India, you find women and storytellers, that they are the mission goals,
I also believe that the artists part of India, particularly these artist communities, are very much closely connected with nature. And there is a saying that in India, every stone breathes. And even if Karnataka, if you go to a place like Hampi, of the Vijayanagara kingdom, there is a stone, a big rock, which called as Sandalagi Sister stone. There are so many mythological stories, spiritual details connected on even cultural factors connected to so many natural objects in India, which is how they have enables us to preserve nature. And this Nandi is associated with Lord Shiva, and even these crows are associated with Lord Shani, and even so many animals, birds are associated with some gods in India, like even in Greek mythologies. So that I personally think that somehow keeping that in perspective, keeping all these details in perspective, I do personally think that somehow in India, the connection with spirituality and nature, we are able to preserve this biodiversity. Isn't it? It's the observation. It's not a very important observation. Very strong laws. They are not very important. Even in Karnataka, Makara Sankranti festival, which we celebrated on January 15, we celebrate it as the harvest festival. And Yugadi is the festival of New Year, spring season. Welcoming the spring season. So nature is connected with our festivals. Our rituals connected with nature. Yes. Now we have a question for we have time for two quick questions. For two quick questions, please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, of course, it is. And especially this time when we are talking about
Please, kindly ask me afterwards during lunchtime. Okay. We need paved nature. These are the ways we need to worship nature. I believe we need to take the middle path, somewhere.
when we are dealing with this kind of thing, I think we should really recognize that size of Anthropocene explain has talked about the history rights and what we get so I think that have to look and interpret the science species, not science, but science is
course had more to share. I'm sure we had several more aspects to share with you for those going to further side. Wonderful. Thank you very, very much on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
We extend our earnest thanks to our distinguished speaker for illuminating the subject and for enriching this forum with expertise. And sincerely thank the Chair, Dr. Venkateshwari, for their gracious presence and for enriching the session with his reflective remarks. Now, we shall proceed to the next plenary session of the conference. I request our esteemed speaker, Dr. Prashant sir, and our respected chair for the session, Dr. Vijay sir, to kindly come forward and take their place on the dais. We extend a warm welcome to the distinguished speaker and the chair, and now I welcome Ujjwala to introduce the guest, the speaker and the chair.
Respected visitors on the earth, Dr. Prashant Subramanian is a distinguished professor of English at Andhra Mahavidyalaya of Maharashtra. With over 80 years of research teaching and research experience, his area of specialization includes English language, teaching, linguistics, and Indian writing in English. He is a recognized research guide, and Dr. Subramanian, who is guiding undergraduates, several scholars have successfully completed their PhD research. Mr. Modi has delivered keynote address and invited talks at numerous international conferences and webinars across countries such as Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and Israel. He has also served as a member of Board of Studies in English at several recognized universities and autonomous colleges across Maharashtra, and has contributed as a content developer for university level. An accomplished academic and editor, Mr. Modi has authored and edited several textbooks and scholarly volumes, published extensively the national and international pre-review journal, and served as the editor-in-chief of UGC Outlook Journal, London. His sustained contribution to teaching, research, and academic leadership have earned him wide recognition in the field of English studies. I heartily welcome you, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairperson Professor Vijay sir, Kate and Professor Uganda College, myself, convener of this conference, Dr. Binda ma'am, co-convener Dr. Ujjwala Shetty ma'am, organizing secretaries, Mr. Sachin sir, Vani ma'am, respected dignitaries across India, and actually we can say that nationally acclaimed academicians like Professor Bhushan Kumar sir, Professor R.P. Nirmal ma'am, Dr. Setu ma'am, my friends, Dr. Shrikant, Dr. Vinita ma'am, Dr. Madhura ma'am, and other dignitaries, research scholars, students, good afternoon to all. At the very outset, I need to congratulate the entire team of this college, MMK and SDM Mahila Mahavidyalaya Mysore for two basic reasons. First, for organizing one-day national level conference on very apt theme of the present globalized scenario, that is reimagining the anthropocene Discourses on literature, language, culture, and cinema in the era of planetary change. And second, for inviting nationally acclaimed speakers for inaugural function as well as for keynote speaker and given us an opportunity to listen such outstanding speech. Speeches, we can say. Friends, it's very difficult task in front of me that I am speaking in the last session. I am quite aware about the fact that most of the students are feeling hungry, and but you kindly spare at least half an hour. The topic is very interesting one. The title of my talk is Screening the Planning, Cinematic Representation of the Anthropocene. So I will speak of a cinema not merely as an entertainment, but as a cultural archive, ethical medium, and planetary witness. So I can see that here there are many organizing one day national level conference on many research scholars and students are here. So let us first understand what is the term means the Anthropocene. So the term the Anthropocene is a time actually when people have changed this beautiful earth a lot by building cities, deforestation, cutting down trees, we can say, and making pollution. So much so that it affects not only human beings but also animals, plants, and the weather. Unlike earlier epochs, the Anthropocene does the conflict between culture and nature. What makes this Anthropocene and this conference is more unique is not just environmental change, but the scale of human impact and the speed of change and the unchangeable nature of humans of many of its effects. The crisis is not only scientific, but it is a narrative. It demands new stories, new metaphors, and a new way of seeing the concept Anthropocene. And this is where cinema becomes crucial, and we need to understand why cinema is used to represent climate change. As during keynote speech, Dr. Professor R.T. Nirmal has rightly pointed about Anthropocene in literature, culture, and even in language. And she has referred few films. So during the keynote speech, thank God to her that she has not referred many films. That she has referred actually Kedarnath and Kantara, and the one film I forgot the title of that film. But why cinema? Cinema is the most powerful storytelling medium of the modern age. Cinema can compress the time. That is more important because showing centuries of damage, I can see that in a minutes, few minutes, is the biggest challenge in front of all of us. That during keynote speech, again I am referring to Professor Nirmal Man's speech. He has given very charismatic speech. We can say that he referred that at least we need few decades to save our beautiful world. So cinema makes climate change visible. Unlike literature, I am not denying here the importance of literature, but which relies on imagination. Cinema forces us to watch. It renders abstract ideas like melting ice caps, rising temperature, vanishing species, because each and everyone won't get an opportunity to visit Antarctica, right? You can't experience even the abstract idea like the rising temperature. So we know that the climate change is often slow, and invisible in their daily life. Which turns these abstract ideas like rising temperature or rising CO2 level. If you have experience of staying at Delhi, then you can come to know about what is the rising CO2 levels. So images we can feel and we can see. Cinema can expand space, right? Connecting local disasters to global systems. It reaches large and diverse audiences. Not everyone reads scientific reports, but millions can watch films. Cinema crosses language, age, and education, making climate change a global scenario. I came from one of the districts named Latu, where I myself had experienced this kind of a drought during 2015. That in Latu, we face a severe problem of water crisis, and because the ground water level was so decreased that we need to bring water to the entire city by train. So from south part of Maharashtra, so government has decided to bring the entire city to look at the situation of climate change. That 2015 for last from 2012 to 2015 we didn't get rainfall. So water level was decreased so much so that such kind of a climatic situation, you must have heard about one of the cities located in South Africa as well. Right? So I forgot the name of that city. But such situations we can imagine through films. Stories create emotional connections, actually evokes emotions. Facts inform us, but stories move us. Unlike scientific reports or policy documents or data, cinema translates complex environmental issues into emotionally engaging stories that reach mass audience, which evoke fear, grief, wonder, guilt, and hope. It simplifies complex science. I can Bhavati, your principal is of a physics subject. So, to understand science is a very difficult task, but climate systems are complicated. Films translate these science into a clear, relatable narratives, helping people grasp causes, consequences, and urgency without technical we can say terms. So cinema can inspire actions. Seeing possible futures, I can show you few titles. I will refer to in watch list after doing my next slides. That seeing possible futures, both hopeful and hopeful and disaster kind of situation can motivate people to change personal habits. Even switching off AC during off time is very important. Change personal habits, support environmental policies, talk about climate change with others. So, cinema reflects society's fear and hopes. Cinema often mirrors even literature reflects is the mirror of society. Cinema often mirrors what society is worried about. Climate change films shows our anxiety about future, but also our hope that humans can still make better choices. As we say that, so as far as my cinema is used to represent climate change, as is just a mirror of climate change, but a moral instrument that urges humanity to protect fragile world evidence that we can say that Vasudeva Kutumbakam follow such kind of philosophical thoughts. So then I can move to my next slide that is very important to understand about Anthropocene in films, in cinema. Which are those Anthropocene cinemas? So there are various types of Anthropocene cinemas, includes documentary cinema, disaster films, post-apocalyptic films, and dystopian science fiction, allegorical narratives, activities, dramas, and regenerative futures. If we talk about the first documentary cinema, which are those films? What does documentary cinemas reflect? So these films shows climate change, pollution, and human responsibility using facts and real footage. For example, we can see that if you have seen the documentary like An Inconvenient Truth, so or Anthropocene, The Human Echo, these are the two best documentary that I will talk it afterwards. The basic purpose of this kind of documentary films is to educate, warn, and raise awareness among youngsters. The tone of documentary cinemas is serious, informative, and urgent. As far as disaster kind of cinemas are concerned, it shows floods, storms, heat waves, and ice age as a dramatic events caused or intensified by human activity. It focuses on sudden change. We can imagine if you have seen the films like 2012, right? 2012, or the day after tomorrow, such kind of films or deep impact. So such kind of disaster films, the basic purpose of a disaster cinema is shock audiences into awareness. It has a tone of spectacular and suspenseful. As far as the post-apocalyptic cinema is concerned, it focuses on life after environmental change or environmental collapse. So these films imagine future where climate change has already destroyed ecosystem and societies. Films like The Road or Mad Max has shown it warns about the consequences and what is the situation after environmental collapse. As far as eco dystopian science fiction is concerned, it focuses on control, unequal climate damage future. It explores how climate change increases inequality, resource scarcity, and we have lost control over environment. Speculative and allegorical cinema is concerned, it focuses on metaphors for environmental crisis. It actually speculative and allegorical cinema uses fantasy, symbolism, or non-realistic narratives to represent human nature conflict. If you have seen the film like Prince Mononoke, it has shown that philosophical reflection of human nature conflict. Next one is environmental activist and social drama. It focuses on human struggle, justice, and resistance. It centers on communities, indigenous voices, or activities fighting environmental destruction. You have seen the films like Wall-E or River View. The basic purpose of environmental activities and social drama is to inspire responsibility and to take actions. So And the last one is hopeful and regenerative cinema. This is very important because every problem has good solution. So, hopeful and regenerative cinema focuses on repair, coexistence, and it less problem, but it is going. There are two hopeful films like 2040, Before the Flood. Such films are there. It encourages optimism and actions that we need to take before there are certain kind of climate change. Now, understanding climate change and nature through few Bollywood films. So let us understand there are so many lists in our mind. Stories shapes how we understand our planet. There are different stories in different films. Few storytelling mediums are as emotionally powerful as films. Whether you are new to climate issues or deep into in this kind of climate change work, the right documentary can shift perspectives to see the world, spark actions, and inspire hope to take certain kind of actions. Together, all these films they form a beautiful watch list for everyone who wants to understand the environmental challenges we face and the possibilities for a better future, more sustainable future. The first film which I want to talk about is I'm not remembering who is the director, who is when it was released, and who is the hero in those films. But the first film which I want to describe or talk about is The Day After Tomorrow. This film, I'm sure that many of you have watched this film. This film dramatizes the catastrophic consequences of global warming through sudden climate change, such as superstorms and a new ice age. While scientifically exaggerated, the day after tomorrow plays a crucial cultural role by translating abstract climate data into emotionally charged visual spectacle. It reflects popular anxieties about environmental neglect and portrays nature as a force that if we retaliates against human arrogance or a key theme of Anthropocene cinema. Second one is a documentary titled An Inconvenient Truth. This kind of documentary presents climate change as an undeniable scientific or moral reality through data visualization, personal narrative, and public advocacy. Rather than relying on a fictional kind of presentation of the cinema, this documentary dramatizes it cinema as an educational and activity medium. This film exemplifies how documentary cinema can function as ecological testimony, urging viewers to move from awareness to responsibility in the face of planetary crisis. And that's all about the Interstellar that everyone must have seen this film. It's a very popular film set in a future where Earth is ecologically exhausted. Interstellar links climate collapse with human survival and ethical choice. This film portrays environmental degradation through failing crops, dust storms, and forced planetary migration. So, by framing space exploration as a consequence of ecological failure, the film criticizes humanity's inability to sustain this beautiful planet. Avatar, and there are various parts of Avatar, the way of water and the fire and ash. Set on the lush moon of Pandora city, talks about ecological harmony with the colonial effects. The film presents nature as a living, interconnected system rather than a resource to be exploited. Through its environmental and post-colonial themes, Avatar critics mining capitalism and human expectations, offering a vision of ecological ethics rooted in coexistence and respect for non-human life. I'm glad to know about all those things that animated films exploring climate change and the natural world. This film, everyone loves to watch animated films. So Wall-E, uh, there are several animated films which talks about climate change, out of which I have selected few. The first one is Wall-E, depicts a post-human Earth buried under rest, abundant due to unchecked environmental neglect. Through meaningful dialogue and visual storytelling, this Wall-E kind of a film critiques capitalist excess and ecological irresponsibility. It portrays of a lonely robot cleaning a dead planet serves as a haunting metaphor for the Anthropocene, where technology outlines humanity and nature is reduced to archival memory. Second one is the most popular animated film, we can say film, that is Ice Age. Ice Age is set during a prehistorical glacial period triggered by extreme climatical conditions. While diverse in tone, the film foregrounds environmental instability, species migration, and survival during the changing environment. Melting ice and adaptation fiction as underlying themes, making the film an accessible introduction to climate change discourse for younger kind of audience. Even if we want to educate youngsters, we need to watch or show such kind of films to the youngsters. Happy Feet, set in Antarctica. This film links environmental crisis with human overfishing and climate destruction. The decline of fish population threatens pygmy survival, highlighting human interference in a natural ecosystem biodiversity. Through music and animation, the film's critiques ecological exploitation and traces coexistence between human and wildlife. As far as Princess Mononoke is concerned, this is the award-winning film of Japan. This animated depicts the violent clash between industrial exploitation and you can say that forest ecosystem is there. So this film depicts highlights, you can say, animation's capacity to explore complex environmental ethics and anthropocene conflicts. Let us talk about three things actually from Marathi cinema, as I belong to Maharashtra state. So there are few regional Marathi cinema is concerned. First one is World. So this World explores the conflict between rural communities, state missionary, and development politics through the arrival of wild bull in a village. Within this satirical surface, the film criticizes human domination over nature and the bureaucratic impulse to control the natural world. It reflects ecological imbalance and the tension between tradition, environment, and modern governance. Fourth, more or less related to fourth side of the court station, while primarily a legal drama, court aptly addresses environmental and social injustice through the marginalized voices, we can say. like urban ecology, noise pollution, and labor conditions form the background of the narrative in the film Code. The film highlights how environmental degradation disappropriately affect the working class, linking ecological issues with systematic inequality. Villa, we can say this is the fourth, right? Say in the Konkan region, Villa foregrounds coastal landscapes and fragile ecosystem through a child's perspective. This film emphasizes emotional and environmental displacement, subtly addressing urban migration and ecological loss. Nature here is not dramatical but intimate, shaping identity and memory and belonging. There are few Hindi cinemas which I have selected for my presentation. First one is very difficult task to point out few cinemas like first one is Kalki Hawa, right? One of the first Hindi film to explicitly address climate change. Kalki Hawa depicts drought and climate migration set in Rajasthan and coastal Odisha. It portrays climate change as a reality rather than a distant future. We are all talking about the distant future, but this is the living reality. And I myself has realized and experienced such kind of situation. The film powerfully links ecological crisis with poverty, farmers, distress, and social inequality. Second one is deeply live. This is a satirical film. It exposes the agrarian crisis caused by drought, debt, and government neglect. While humorous in tone, it presents a green picture of a rural ecological collapse and farmer suicides. The film critiques how media and political systems changes environmental suffering rather than addressing its root causes. Jal. Jal focuses on an extreme water scarcity in a remote desert region. Using minimal dialogue and sharp visuals, the film explores survival, depression, and ecological ethics. Newton, I am sure that this one is the this film set in a forested tribal region affected by mining and militarization. We are not talking about Sir Isaac Newton, but the film Newton highlights environmental destruction alongside democratic future. Now let us talk about your own southern part of India, films, South films. Leader, critically examines mining, land exploitation, and political corruption. Environmental destruction is directly linked to a power politics and corporate greed. This film leader explores how natural resources become sites of exploitation, making it an important political, ecological text in the Telugu films. And I don't know about Rangastaram, set in a drought-prone village, one house. So Rangastaram portrays environmental injustice through contaminated water sources and agrarian distress. The denial of access to a clean water becomes a symbol of caste discrimination. The film powerfully links ecological crisis with social inequality and rural resistance. Furthermore, this film portrays land power violence in rural Andhra Pradesh. Control over land and natural resources drives political conflict. Janta Garage, this is a very popular film. I'm sure that you must have watched this film. India is there. So explicitly foregrounds environmental protection by presenting nature as a moral responsibility. This film, Janta Garage, critiques industrial pollution, illegal mining, and ecological destruction, advocating environmental activism and ethics. By integrating ecology into mainstream commercial kind of a narratives, it popularizes economic, environmental consequences and frames climate responsibility as a collective social duty. This is furthermore, this film portrays tribal resistance against corporate exploitation of forest land. So, even if we can say talks about the most important film which is popular of this state, that is Kantara. We know that Kantara is a powerful from the perspective of ecological or anthropocene. We need to see this film that it is a powerful ecological and cultural narrative rooted in the forested landscape of coastal Karnataka, where nature is not a backdrop, you can say, but a living spiritual force. This film foregrounds the conflict between indigenous communities and modern state authority over forest land, revealing how development, bureaucracy, and greed threaten ecological balance. Friends, actually, cinema is one of the most effective medium for representing climate change and human survival because it combines image, emotions, and narrative at a large scale. So, even cinema making audiences connect emotionally. To conclude, just I would like to say here is that films combine sound, image and emotions. They simplify complex terms of science into we can understand. They influence attitudes and behaviors at large scale. Cinema shapes values. Films or cinemas like Kantara presents nature as a sacred and living things, encouraging respect rather than exploitation. So, to conclude, I would like to say that films are the most powerful medium for representing climate change and survival because they make invisible ecological crises visible, create emotional engagement through survival narratives, preserve nature by documenting ecological and morally reframing the human nature relationships. I would like to thank the organizing committee, Dr. Brinda Ma'am, the principal of this college, Mr. Sachin, then Ujjwala Shetty Ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to share my views and my understanding about the topic films and climate change. Thank you very much once again for this invitation.
I sincerely thank the speaker for the insightful and well-articulated session. Now I invite the chair of the session, Dr. Vijay Kumar Murthy sir.
Image, emotions, and narrative ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. I felt privileged to chair this session and I thank the organizers for inviting me to chair this session. Wherein Dr. Ashad made a presentation which was
informative and descriptive. I'm sure the students present here definitely when they watch certain kinds of movies in future would like to look at it from Anthropocene point of view. That's the advantage of having such seminars and conferences. That's why seminars and conferences are held, should be held on the various perspectives or topics. And today's topic, Anthropocene, has opened up several perspectives, intentions, points, ideas for deliberation for discussion. Prashant's presentation definitely have many about films from different perspectives. And today's emphasis on Anthropocene, the topic of Anthropocene definitely would help you look at the things from their perspective to the people. Right. I would like to thank Prashant for his informative and descriptive understanding of films from not only results from also from Hindi movies, Tamil, Kannada, and Marathi movies also. I'm not sure whether some movies can be looked at from Anthropocene point of view. But anyway, I leave the debates and discussions, questions, clarifications, observations from today's point of view. Feel free to ask questions, feel free to express your observations. We have 5 to 10 minutes, I think, because as we presented in the beginning, told that most of it might be angry and hungry also. So, 5 to 10 minutes, and so I will open the session for discussion. Thank you once again, thanks you.
I sincerely thank the Chair for their gracious presence in enriching the session with his reflective remarks. The session is open for discussion now.
That's the advantage of having such seminars and conferences. That's why seminars and conferences are held, should be held on the various perspectives or topics. And today's topic.
Thank you very much. Now, Hollywood blockbusters until now used to have aliens invading Earth. They always wanted to create an enemy, especially after the Cold War era. They had no enemy on Earth, so they invented someone from outer space, and then we had so many of those films where aliens invaded Earth and Americans saved Earth. That was the kind of message they would send. Now, in the context of Anthropocene, Americans are destroying Earth. You know, with their capitalism and consumerism, that is the destruction that is being caused on Earth. That is why probably we have only animation films in American from Hollywood, not those films where big stuff. Except even Avatar, for example, there were characters that were not human-like characters. So I think that shift is happening in Hollywood cinema from actual cinema to animation cinema because now they are the destroyers, especially in the countries of Anthropocene. They are the destroyers, but they are not the saviors. That is one. However, I also believe now that is an established fact that the humans are the culprits. And we have to ask this question. Who are the redeemers? Who can be redeemers? It has to be humans again. So we have to have a view like where we can play an active role. What we have played an active role in destroying, how can we play an active role in conserving or preserving? These are the points I want to raise.
Americans have made so many other movies on this exploitation of nature. Particularly in 2000, the movie titled as 2012, they created a kind of fear in the mind of people that the doomsday is very much near. So it was exactly 2012, the entire earth is going to submerge. And we had that fear in our colleges, that the earth is going to sink, it's going to end. But it is all, again, as I told, like Americans are not the saviors. It's the East, particularly countries. The
located in the eastern part of the world, that's in Asia, who adore nature, who are like more ecological, again, way of living. We adore nature. Right from the day, we start our day by worshipping, by showing our respect to God, okay, some God, isn't it? So, in that way, particularly people living in the East are more eco-friendly and more reverent towards nature compared to Americans. What they again they produce the movies, whatever they create, the stories they want and they create in the movies are far from the reality. That's my problem. Literature is a model for society. It is also a reflection of the society. You know, we have such kind of fields like 2012. Now that means ideas in our mind. Actually, here as they say that prevention is more better than cure. Understand, because we can't busy to identify every time what is happening. And busy principles address. And when it comes to physics subjects, she makes it about the cities like Chennai, Mumbai. We think about the problems, whatever problems we are in future. So, even though such kind of fear is to save our world.
Any other questions? Thank you all for your insightful questions, active participation, and for making this session truly productive. We also sincerely appreciate your time and patience. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank Dr. Krishna, sir, Professor Vijay, sir, for your time. Sir, now I request everyone to kindly proceed for lunch. Yes? Lunch for paper passengers has been arranged at the Discourses Convention Center, and for students registered today, for student participants, it's arranged in the college canteen. Our student volunteers will guide you. I request you to proceed for the lunch. And kindly ensure that everyone assembles in the hall by 2:30 p.m. Also, the paper presentation sessions will begin parallelly after lunch in the allotted classroom space. Batch 1 paper passengers are requested to assemble in room number D308. Batch 2 paper passengers are requested to assemble in room number D302. I repeat, batch 1 paper passengers are requested to assemble in room D308, and batch 2 paper passengers are requested to assemble in D302. Other non-paper passengers are requested to assemble in the auditorium right after lunch.
ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂಚೂರು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ
ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
ಹಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ ಕರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ?
Are requested to assemble in room number D302. Batch 1 paper passenger requested to assemble in room D308 and batch 2 paper passenger assemble in 2302. Non-paper passengers are requested to assemble in the auditorium right after lunch.
ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೋತಾರೆ ಈಗಲೂ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಕರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದಾ? ನಾ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಬರೀ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. MLK ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಒಂದೇ ನಷ್ಟ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅದ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಏನಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್? ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್
ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ? ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಮುಂಚೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ
ಸರ್, ಇದು ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಸರ್, ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Rani ma'am, will you come after lunch and we can take a photo then? Because the person is not there. We have to connect it this computer. Yes, we have to connect it to this computer. That's it. After the lunch, it's just the culture.
ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೋತಾರೆ. ಬರೀ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ MLK ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಒಂದೇ ನಷ್ಟ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅದ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಏನಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್?
ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಸರ್, ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Rani ma'am, will you come after lunch and we can take a photo there? Because the person is not there. We have to connect with this computer. Yes. We have to connect it with this computer. That's it. After the lunch, it's just the
ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಇದೆ ಇದೆ, ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ
ಟಿವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನೇ ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಡಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕವರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಕವರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಟಿವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದವ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಟಿವಿನ ಅಂತ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕರ್ಸ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಇದೆ ಇದೆ, ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ
ಟಿವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನೇ ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಡಿ.
ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕವರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಕವರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಟಿವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದವ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಟಿವಿನ ಅಂತ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕರ್ಸ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಅವ್ರು ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ತರ್ತಾರ ಅವರು. ಸರ್ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟ್. ಸೌಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನೆಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಈಗ.
ಕೆಲವು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟದಂತೆ. ಅಂತಹ ವಿರಳ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಸಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಅಗ್ರ ಪಂಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕೆ ನಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ರಮಣ
ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವನೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನ ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಸಕಲ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಮಂಜುನಾಥನ ದಿವ್ಯವಾಣಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಜನಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಐಕ್ಯಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಆಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಲೋಕ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣವಾಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ, ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೇಯೋ ಶಂಭೋ ಮಹಾದೇವ.
ಇವರು
ಧರ್ಮ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿಯನ್ನೇ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವ ಮಹನೀಯರು, ಆಧುನಿಕ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಧರ್ಮದ ನಿಜವಾದ ಅರ್ಥವನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತ ದಾರ್ಶನಿಕರು, ಪಾರಂಪರಾಗತವಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 800 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನ ಪರಿಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಶ್ರೀ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಕಾವಂದರು, ಪದ್ಮ ವಿಭೂಷಣ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು.
ಮಂಜುನಾಥನ ಕಣ್ಣಿಂದ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾ? ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಭಾವನೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಪುಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚೂರು ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು.
ಬಾಹುಬಲಿಯಂತೆ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಂಡವರು ನಮ್ಮ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರು. ಅವರಿಂದ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಸೇವೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಧರ್ಮದ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದರಿಂದ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರೇ ಆ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರಾಗಿ ಕೂತು ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತು ಮಂಜುನಾಥನ ಮಾತು ಅಂತ ನೀವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬಗೆಹರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂಸಾರಗಳು ಇದರಿಂದ ಉಳಿದೆವು.
ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಅವರಂತೂ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಚಿತ್ರ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಮುಗುಳು ನಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಕಾಣುವಂತ ವಿಶ್ವ ಪ್ರಜೆಯಾಗಿ, ವಿಶ್ವ ಮಾನವರಾಗಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಿಜ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಗವಂತನ ಶ್ರೀರಕ್ಷೆ ಇರಲಿ.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆಜಿ ಮತ್ತೆ నాడువ మంచినాథ గారు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ వందనములు.
ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೋದ್ರು ಬರೀ ಅವಮಾನ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೋದ್ರು ಬರೀ ಜಗಳ. ಇವಾಗ ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ 3 ದಿವಸ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, 3 ದಿವಸ ಶಿಬಿರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
ನಾವು ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕಣ್ಣೀರಲ್ಲೇ ಕೈ ತೊಳಿಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಅವರ ಕಣ್ಣೀರನ್ನು ಒರೆಸುವ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಮಂಜುನಾಥನನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೂಜ್ಯರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾನೆ.
जन सेवा ही प्रभु सेवा, इस मंत्र को जिन्होंने जी करके दिखाया, उनकी त्याग, उनकी तपस्या, उनका जीवन 20 साल की छोटी आयु में 1 लाइफ 1 मिशन, ये अपने आप को समर्पित किया. उनका सम्मान करने के लिए व्यक्ति के नाते मैं बहुत छोटा हूं, लेकिन 125 करोड़ देशवासियों के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में मैं इस काम को करते हुए अपने आप को बहुत बड़ा भाग्यशाली मानता हूं.
ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ದೇಶ ಕಂಡ ಅಪರೂಪದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮುಖರು. ನವೆಂಬರ್ 25, 1948ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿದ ಇವರು 1968ರಲ್ಲಿ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದ 21ನೇ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿ 20ನೇ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಪಟ್ಟವೇರಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೇ ಯುಗ ಪ್ರವರ್ತಕರಂತೆ ಕಂಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪೀಠಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದೊಡನೆ ಅದರ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನ ಪಾಲಿಸುವ ಕಂಕಣ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಅದರಾಚೆಗೂ ಯೋಚಿಸಿದ್ದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಇಂದು ಜಗದಗಲ ಮನ್ನಣೆ ಗಳಿಸಿದೆ. ಅನ್ನದಾನ, ಅಭಯದಾನ, ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ, ಆರೋಗ್ಯದಾನವೆಂಬ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಚತುರ್ವಿಧ ದಾನ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪರ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಯಿತು ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಆಡಳಿತದ ಅವಧಿ. ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಪಟ್ಟು ಬೇರಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಮೊದಲ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ದು ಶ್ರೀ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಗರ್ಭಗುಡಿ ನವೀಕರಣ, ಶ್ರೀ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವ ಭಕ್ತಾದಿಗಳು ತಂಗುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ 12 ಆಧುನಿಕ ವಸತಿ ಗೃಹಗಳು, 1,00,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಅನ್ನದಾಸೋಹ ಮಾಡುವ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವಿರುವ ಅನ್ನಪೂರ್ಣ ಛತ್ರದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ. ಹೀಗೆ ಸಾಗಿತ್ತು ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ಯವೈಖರಿ. 1982ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಆಸೆಯಂತೆ ಭಗವಾನ್ ಬಾಹುಬಲಿಯ 39 ಅಡಿ ಎತ್ತರದ ಏಕಶಿಲಾ ವಿಗ್ರಹವನ್ನ ಕೆತ್ತನೆ ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಕಳದಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಗಿಸಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾಪಿಸಿದ ಹೊತ್ತಲ್ಲೇ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ವಿರಾಟ್ ಸ್ವರೂಪದ ಪರಿಚಯವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಂತರ ಶ್ರೀ ಚಂದ್ರನಾಥ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯ ಬಸದಿಯ ಜೀರ್ಣೋದ್ಧಾರ ಕೈಗೊಂಡು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಧರ್ಮ ಸಮನ್ವಯ ನೆಲೆಗೊಳಿಸಿದ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರದ್ದು. ತಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ಸೀಮಿತಗೊಳಿಸದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದ ಬದ್ಧತೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರದ್ದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರೀಕಾರ ಹಾಕಿದ ಅವರ ಹಲವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಧರ್ಮೋತ್ಥಾನ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು. ಧರ್ಮೋತ್ಥಾನ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ರಾಜ್ಯದ 25 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 247 ದೇವಾಲಯ, ಸ್ಮಾರಕ ಹಾಗೂ ಜಿನ ಮಂದಿರಗಳನ್ನ ಪುನರ್ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದೆ. ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವ ಭಕ್ತಾದಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಕ್ತಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನವೂ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ್ದೇ ಮಂಜೂಷಾ ವಸ್ತು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಾಲಯ. ಇದು ಹಲವು ವಸ್ತು ವೈವಿಧ್ಯಗಳಿರುವ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ವಸ್ತು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಾಲಯ. ಇನ್ನು ಕಾರುಗಳಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಪ್ರೀತಿ. ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಮೂಲೆ ಗುಂಪಾಗಿ ಓಡಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕಾರುಗಳನ್ನ ಪುನರುತ್ಥಾನಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೂ ಕಾರುಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಬದಲಾಗಿವೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಈ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನವನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರದ್ದು. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಸೇವೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿ ಯಶ ಕಂಡ್ರು. ತಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ದಿವಂಗತ ಡಿ ರತ್ನವರ್ಮ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಆಸೆಯಂತೆ ಉಜಿರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಡಿಎಂ ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನ ಹೊಸ ಕಟ್ಟಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸುವುದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾದ ಇವರ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಸೇವೆ ಆನಂತರ ಮಂಗಳೂರು, ಮೈಸೂರು ಹಾಗೂ ಧಾರವಾಡಗಳವರೆಗೂ ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯಂತೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡುವ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನೈತಿಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀಡುವ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಎಸ್ಟಿಎಂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ, ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ, ಯೋಗ, ಕಾನೂನು, ಆಡಳಿತ, ಕಲೆ, ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೀಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ, ಪ್ರೌಢ, ಪದವಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವೃತ್ತಿಪರ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 50ಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರು. ಪದವಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನ ನೀಡುವ ಈ ಎಸ್ಟಿಎಂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳು ಇಂದು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯವಾಗಿಯೂ ಮಾನ್ಯತೆ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದ ಚತುರ್ಧಾನ ಪರಂಪರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಔಷಧ ದಾನಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಮಹತ್ವವಿದೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಟಿಎಂ ಜನರಲ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ, ಎಸ್ಟಿಎಂ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ, ದಂತವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಗಿವೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಉಡುಪಿ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾಸನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಗಿವೆ. ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊತ್ತ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರದ್ದು. ಅವರು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದ ನೇತ್ರಾವತಿ ತಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ 20 ಬೆಡ್ಗಳ ಶಾಂತಿವನ ಈಗ 500 ಬೆಡ್ಗಳ ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಪರೀಕಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥದ್ದೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಆರೋಗ್ಯಧಾಮ ಸೌಖ್ಯವನ ಹಾಗೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಷೇಮವನ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು 1972ನೇ ಇಸವಿ. ಮದುವೆಯ ಖರ್ಚು, ವರದಕ್ಷಿಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಸಾಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ತೀರಿಸಲಾಗದೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಶರಣು ಹೋಗುವ ಪ್ರಕರಣಗಳು ಕಾವಂದರನ್ನ ಚಿಂತನೆಗೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿದ ದಿನಗಳವು. ಇವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಹುಡುಕ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ದೃಢ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಅಂದು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ್ದೇ ಉಚಿತ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕ ವಿವಾಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಕಳೆದ 50 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಉಚಿತ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕ ವಿವಾಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಮದುವೆಯಾದ ಜೋಡಿಯ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 12,576. ಶ್ರೀ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಧರ್ಮಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಕನಸಿನ ಕೂಸು. ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಅಭಯದಾನ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದುದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಸಲ್ಲುವುದು ಈ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಯ ಬದುಕು ನೀಡುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿತವಾದ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಹಿಂದೆ ಪೂಜ್ಯರ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಳಕಳಿ ಇದೆ. ಇಂದು ಸುಮಾರು 50 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಮಂದಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಈ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜನರನ್ನ ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಸಂಘಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಂಘಟಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಗತಿಯ ಪಾಲುದಾರರನ್ನಾಗಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣರ ಜ್ಞಾನಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಕಾಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಕೂಡ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಮತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಮ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಬಂಧು ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಸಂಘಗಳಿಂದ ನೆರವು ನೀಡಲಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಯಂತ್ರಶ್ರೀ ಹಾಗೂ ಯಂತ್ರಧಾರ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಕೃಷಿ ಉಪಕರಣಗಳನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇಂದು ಫಲ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಇಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಸುಮಾರು 30,000 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂಜ್ಯರ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಕನಸು ಪಸರಿಸಿದೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೈಗೊಂಡ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ, ಕೆರೆ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳಿಸುವ ನಮ್ಮೂರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಕೆರೆ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿ, ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನ ಒದಗಿಸುವಂತ ಶುದ್ಧ ಗಂಗಾ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ವೇತನ ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನ ನಿಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತಾ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಮೊದಲಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರನ್ನ ಸದಾ ಸ್ಮರಿಸುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇವುಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಏಳಿಗೆಗೆ ನೆರವಾಗುವ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು, ಸಿರಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೋದ್ಯೋಗ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಸಮಗ್ರ ವಿಕಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ನೆರವಾಗುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರೂಪಿತವಾದ ಕಿರು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಇವೇ ಮೊದಲಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗೆ ಹಲವು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ, ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಮನ್ನಣೆ ದೊರಕಿಸಿವೆ. 80ರ ದಶಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವ ಉದ್ಯೋಗದಿಂದಷ್ಟೇ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಎಂಬ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿತು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ 1982ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಬಳಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅರಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ ಯುವಕ ಯುವತಿಯರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ, ತರಬೇತಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಸಹಾಯ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಡುವ ರುಟ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಜಾತಿ, ಧರ್ಮ, ಲಿಂಗ ಭೇದವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಅರ್ಹರಿಗೆ ಊಟ, ವಸತಿ ಸಹಿತವಾಗಿ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಉಚಿತ ಸ್ವ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ತರಬೇತಿ ನೀಡಿದ ಹಿರಿಮೆ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯದ್ದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿಯೇ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರುಟ್ಸೆಟ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನ ಶ್ಲಾಘಿಸಿ ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ಆರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮಾದರಿಯನ್ನ ಅನುಸರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಆರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರನ್ನೇ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಕುಡಿತದ ದಾಸರಾದ ಜನರ ಉದ್ಧಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ ಜನಜಾಗೃತಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ, ಡಿ ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಶೌರ್ಯ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಬದ್ಧತೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ. ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೈತಿಕ ಮೌಲ್ಯ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂತ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಂತ ನೈತಿಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಯೋಜನೆಯಡಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಜೀವನ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರಚುರಪಡಿಸುವ 18 ಲಕ್ಷ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನ ಮುದ್ರಿಸಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ವಿತರಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ತಮ್ಮ ಬಿಡುವಿಲ್ಲದ ವೇಳಾಪಟ್ಟಿಯ ನಡುವೆಯೂ ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂಕಣ ಬರೆಯುವ ಮೂಲಕ ತಮ್ಮ ಆಲೋಚನೆಯನ್ನ ಜನರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆಯವರು. ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಪುನರುತ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ್ದ ವಿಶ್ವ ತುಳು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ, ಧರ್ಮ ಸಮನ್ವಯದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸುವ ಸರ್ವಧರ್ಮ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಬದ್ಧತೆಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಹೇಳ್ತವೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಂಜುನಾಥೇಶ್ವರ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದಲ್ಲಿ 6,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯ ಹಸ್ತಪ್ರತಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಾಳೆಗರಿ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳನ್ನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಸಂಶೋಧಕರಿಗೆ ಮುಕ್ತವಾಗಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಮೇಳಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಾ ಕಲಾ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿನ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜಮುಖಿ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಹಲವು ರಾಜ್ಯ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಗೌರವಗಳನ್ನ ಪಡೆದು ಅವುಗಳ ಹಿರಿಮೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರು. 1985ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜೀವ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯಗಳಿಂದ ಗೌರವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್, ಹಂಪಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಿಂದ ನಾಡೋಜ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, 2000ನೇ ಇಸವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಪದ್ಮಭೂಷಣ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, 2005ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟನ್ನಿಂದ ಎಫ್ಸಿಪಿಎಸ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, 2009ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರತ್ನ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, 2012ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೆಂಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಸ್ಟೆನ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂದಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆ 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಕೊಡಮಾಡುವ ದೇಶದ 2ನೇ ಅತ್ಯುನ್ನತ ನಾಗರಿಕ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪದ್ಮ ವಿಭೂಷಣ ಪಡೆದ ಹೆಗ್ಗಳಿಕೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರದ್ದು. ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವು ದಶಕಗಳ ಅವಿರತ ಸೇವೆ, ಸುಧಾರಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜಮುಖಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ 2022ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಗೆ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರನ್ನ ನಾಮನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಶ್ರೀಯುತರ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಮುಕುಟಮಣಿ ಇಟ್ಟಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ಸುಧಾರಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜಮುಖಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ 2022ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಗೆ ಡಿ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರನ್ನ ನಾಮನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಶ್ರೀಯುತರ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಮುಕುಟಮಣಿ ಇಟ್ಟಂತಾಗಿದೆ.
ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದ ತಗ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ
ನನ್ಗೆ ಇದಾಗವರೆಗೂ ಮನ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ?
ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಈಗ
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಲೈವಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ.
137 ಜನ ಇದ್ರು.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವಾಗ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ನಮ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿ ಕೈ ಕೊಟ್ಟೈತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅದು.
ಬೇಜಾರಾಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗಂತೂ.
ಯಾವಾಗಂತ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ LIC ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಲೋಕಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ, ಆಗ ಉರಿಯೋದು
ಅಂಕಲ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ HDMI ಬೇಡ, ನಾನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೇಫ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅವರು ತಗೋಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಅವರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವರು ನಮ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರ ಹಂಡ್ರೆಡ್ ಅದು ತಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಎರಡು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗೋಡನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. 100ದು ಈ 100ದು ಟ್ರೈಪೋರ್ಡು ಲೈಟು ಎರಡು ತಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. 200ದು ಗೋಡನ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆನೂ ಬರ್ಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಇದು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬರ್ನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿರಾಶೆ ಅದು.
ಯಾವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅದಾಗತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ.
ಸರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಲ್ವಾ?
ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಅದೇ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೈತೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ತಲೆನೇ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಕೊತಿರೋದು.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೂ ಹುಚ್ಚಿಡಿತದೆ. ನಾವು ಆಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಈ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಧ್ಯ. ಮತ್ತದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಶುರು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು.
ನಿನ್ನೆದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೈತಲ್ಲ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಊಟ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂಥರ ಇದು
ನಿಮ್ ತರನೇ ಹುಚ್ಚಿರಂಗೆ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು 12 ಗಂಟೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಗಂಟೆಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದಲ್ಲ.
ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್
ಆದ್ರೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟೇ ಬಿಡೋಣ ಹಿಂಗೆ. ಅತ್ತಾಗ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಅದೇ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೈತೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ತಲೆನೇ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ
ಈಗ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಈ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್. ಆಡಿಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಶುರು
ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೈತಲ್ಲ.
ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್
ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ತುಂಬ್ಕೊತದೆ.
ಬಿಟ್ಟೇ ಬಿಡೋಣ ಹಿಂಗೆ. ಅತ್ತಾಗ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ.
ಸೈಜ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೊಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೊಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಹೊಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಸೈಜ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಟ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಮೊಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಸೈಜ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ
ಈಗ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ
ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ
ಅದು ಹಾಕಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ? ಅವ್ರು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಮೇಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೇಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಸಿ
ನಾನು ಎರಡೆರಡು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ಷಯ್? ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆ.
ಅವ್ನು ತೆಗೀರಿ ಅವ್ನು ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ತೆಗಿಲಾ ತೆಗಿರಿ ಅವ್ರು ತೆಗೀರಿ
ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇಲ್ಲ
ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎರಡು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರಿ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಅದಿಬ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು
It is indeed an honor to have a representative of one of our guiding sponsors, Competence Academy for Professional and Applied Learning, present with us today. We sincerely thank you for your support and association, ma'am. I now invite you to kindly address the gathering with a few words. Good afternoon to the regional team, the politics and resources section, girls and boys, and ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. I'm sorry to come unfortunately, I couldn't add one paper to the archive of academic knowledge that happened today, but I'm fortunate enough to have brought this cohort to present one of the most happy academies in micro vicinity, Competence Academy. This goes beyond any academy in the world, where it teaches students with proficiency, communication, and applied learning. It's very complicated to know how academy has been a challenge in the conventional way of education. Academic alone or academics alone cannot serve a complete purpose, but it doesn't mean that we are going to stand from the conventional way of education. Today, all we need with academy or academic curricula or whatever status you name it as are the skills. The skills that you have in a legacy from your academy, from your college, any institution perhaps, has been one of the major challenges in the corporate field. Why talk about only corporate field? Anywhere you go, all that they ask is, how particular are you with your skills? How does that make you stand out from the other crowd? You have been into this competence for a long time. It's been the same generation thing. So my dear boys and girls, let's pass it up. Let's see how the competence can be grown further. Should you have any questions, we are open to answer you after the session. To pick it up, our academy is doing mind for about 16 years of its legacy, training students in professional skills, applied learning, and competency skills. We train students under SSP, we train students under banking sector, we train in all the way possible. And I thank the principal professor of marketing, Mr. Gulahar, head of the department, Ms. Ujjwala Shetty, assistant professor, department of English, Mr. Sachin N. assistant professor, department of English, and the organizing committee members for giving me opportunity to use this support. Going forward, I wish you all luck. We are open to take you from the strand of your hair till the tip of your toe. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious words. They extend a sincere gratitude for your support and association, and your encouragement and generous support in every possible way play a significant role in the successful conduct of this conference. We deeply value your collaboration, goodwill, and commitment towards promoting academy and professional. Thank you once again for being an integral part of this endeavor. I now warmly welcome you all to the cultural session. Mr. Gulahar, head of the department, welcome our first performer, our esteemed lecturer and our first beloved students, Rishi Krishnaji. A dedicated disciple of God's Peter Jain, Rishi Krishnaji Kumar, he completed all the dance combinations. 17 years of training, his performance the street scales, including the Udupi Krishna Math and Kerala. She is also prize winner in classical dance competitions conducted by the blessings of Lord Madhava, she is presently Anand. Composed by Papanam Sivan, Ragam Kedar and R. Please join me in welcoming.
ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಫೋಕಸ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟರ್? ಫೋಕಸ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಬೇಕು. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ಸರ್, ಅದೇ ರೆಡಿ. ಫೋಕಸ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಬರ್ನ್ ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ ಬಂತಮ್ಮ. ಸರ್ ಒಂದು
ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ? ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ ಪ್ಲೇ?
ಫೋನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್.
Thank you so much, Chetana. We extend a heartfelt thanks to you for a graceful and captivating performance. Your dedication, courage, passion truly brought the peace to life and made this session memorable for all of us. We are especially grateful to you for the dedication, accepting our invitation and taking the time to come and perform for us today. It means a lot to us and has great joy and pride here at the Science Stage. Thank you once again for the wonderful performance. Next, I call upon Ms. Gracia Dog, first year PhD, to take the stage and enchant us with her musical performance.
ಜ್ವರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು ವಾಯ್ಸು ಅದು ಡಬಲ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
Next slide. Music has the power to elevate in my house. This spirit, I now call upon the Bhakti for a good song. Thank you for updating. I will now give the now as a brief to perform one more dance for us. Just speak for 2 minutes.
ಅವರೇ ಅಪ್ಪಡ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಮ್ಮ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೊಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಖಾಲಿ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕು ಜಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಏಕೆ ಜಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಫೋನ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಫೋನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅದು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈ ಕಡ್ಕೋಬೋದಣ ಆಯ್ತು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಲೂಟೂತ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಿಕ್ಸಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇನೋ ಬ್ಲೂಟೂತ್ ವೈರ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬೇಕು
I invite you to come today. So much, Vikram. It's always a joy to be among you. I now call for Indra and team to take the stage and activate the dance. Thank you, Mr. Alvin. Good evening, everyone. Every meeting the academy happens, leaves behind a legacy of knowledge, inspiration, and collaborative growth that continues to inspire scholarly journeys. Good evening to all distinguished dignitaries, scholars, visitors, and participants present here. As we arrive at the concluding phase of this intellectual leadership conference, we take pride in reflecting upon the wide academic discussions, research presentations, and student ideas that define this moment. I now invite all dignitaries to take their place on the dais.
ಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬಂತು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ ಏನೋ ಬಂತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ
The report of the conference is not merely a summary of events. It is a reflection of sustained attention, careful observation, and deep involvement of all the carers. The report we are working on is a result of continued engagement after present the comprehensive report of national conference. I invite Mr. Planetary, Assistant Professor, Department of English and whose consistent efforts in academic coordination and political. The earth does not belong to us. We belong to the earth. With this profound thought, the Western culture command with the own scholars, students, and participants. MSA in the Mahavidyalaya, established in 1990 in its regional institution and participated in providing multi programs in science, commerce, and business administration, along with post-graduation programs in finance. The University functions under the regional leadership of the Thank you. So Yogita to speak a few words of experience about the presentation, the session that she shared. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, everyone, for taking this opportunity to be a part of this very important quarterly conference on Anthropocene and the way it extends beyond scientific discourse to foray into literature, language, culture, and semantic representation. As it's already been discussed, with us, we started with ecological grammar of Northeast, the way it has taken different shapes, and in the offering session, also there was a part of diverse papers, ranging from textual sources like Karwala, the African novels, to a cinematic representation of ecological concerns in different fields like Malayalam cinema, Canadian films, and films like Reimagining. Through the discussion, we have been discussed concepts like ecological in Malayalam cinema, co-critical theories are also touched upon, making a stage for different approaches to anthropocene and ecological concerns about. Thank you again for this opportunity and for this. Now I invite Dr. Srikantas to speak a few words about his experience.
Thank you, President, for this morning, and also the English department for organizing our national conference after a decade of being. I had come here in 2015 as a participant. I was not even presenting a paper which we had done. Again, as a participant. And they are organized for the national seminar for that year in 2015. And right now in 2026, after a gap of 11 years, we are able to organize one national conference. I understand the reality, the seriousness, how much pain it takes to organize a national conference is again. Since I myself again organized one national seminar in 2022, and in 2025, we will organize an international conference in our department. So I understand what the pain we are organizing national conference, and I wholeheartedly congratulate Dr. Billa for successfully organizing this national conference. And I hope in future, she will be able to organize one more international conference at least in another 2 years. I give you 2 years breathing period. After 2 years, you can organize the international conference with all the support of Prashant and myself. I am here very much here available for you. You can take my assistance here, whatever you need. Okay? I'll assist you to organizing the international conference. Also, thank the people who have come all the way from different parts of India. Madam, she has come from all the way from Jagala, from Shillong, and another Madam, Martin, she has come also from Banaras, and Dushyan sir, I was clear to know that his husband of Martin Upadhyay, the operating vice chancellor of Ambedkar vice chancellor, since the last 10 years, I didn't know that her husband. So thank you, sir, for coming over from Gujarat. And also thank my friend Prashant, my dearest friend, for being here and sharing the about the dignitaries. And thank you, Mandor, for your professionalism. We all need to see the near future. Thank you. To share my
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Mohammed. University of Madras and plus and even we have students participating from Tamil Nadu. And there were very wonderful papers. We can I can also say that I think there are three papers in this. They really well in their presentation. Because I had to give them time, so when asked me to give them only 5 minutes, I had to spend extra 2 minutes for them because their papers were so fantastic. And again, I would like to thank the organizing team and regarding the seminar, conference is a well-organized conference, and I would also like to thank your principal ma'am and Shikha director and our spokespersons from all the way from staff and ma'am, actually it was but the credit also goes to our friend Mote sir. He is the, I can say, only through him we can able to invite such a wonderful scholar from north to south. Yeah, this is my feedback regarding my session as well. So I would really like to be a part of this conference. Thank you, ma'am. Academic conferences celebrate not only participation but also recognize excellence, originality, and scholarship. It is now time to acknowledge and honor the outstanding research contributions presented to this conference. We are delighted to present the Best Paper Presentation Awards with 3 exceptional presenters whose research work demonstrated remarkable academic insight, clarity of thought, and quality presentation. May I now request Professor Nasima and the Commission of Liars who give us the awards. The third Best Paper Presentation Award is presented to Ms. Himashi Aur, Research Scholar, Rice University. She presented her paper on the topic Mythic Evil in Conflict, Multi-Species Justice and Fall from Ramanajam in Sri Ram Ramayana. I request Dushki sir. The second Best Paper Presentation Award is presented to Nina Prakash. She is a student of Central University of Karnataka. The first Best Paper Presentation Award is presented to Niharika Pekre, student of FDR Manana College. She presented on the topic Environmental Activism Movement, Spirituality and Plurality in Indigenous Communities of India. Request and all the activities to give her address. Thank you, your esteemed dignitaries, for presenting the awards, and hearty congratulations to all the awardees for their exceptional scholarly contributions. Your work truly reflects academic excellence and deserves recognition. Thank you, your esteemed dignitaries, for presenting the awards, and hearty congratulations to all the awardees for their exceptional scholarly contributions. The success of this conference is deeply rooted in visionary leadership, tireless planning, and wholehearted dedication. The person who has been central in conceptualizing, organizing, and successfully executing this conference has worked with exceptional commitment and academic enthusiasm. To formally conclude the academic gathering and to express gratitude to everyone who contributed to its success, I now invite Mr. Lahar, Head Department of English and Literature. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks at this occasion. On the outset, my sincere deep sense of gratitude for Chief Patron, that is Padma Vibhushan Awardee, Pujya Dr. D. Virendra and the Rose Supervision. We are running the institution. My wholehearted thanks for him. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to today's President, Professor M. Bharati, our President. I thank you very much for the organization and the conference. I deeply thank our inaugural letter speaker, Dr. Dushyant Srinivasan, Professor of Department of English from University. Thank you for raising the occasion. I place my sincere gratitude to the keynote speaker, Dr. R.P. Mittal, Associate Professor, Department of English from the Athens University. It was a wonderful presentation here. I extend my sincere appreciation to the distinguished person from Assistant Professor of English from University of Chicago. Thank you very much. I place my humble thanks to Dr. Vishal Mote, and Professor of the Department of English from Vidyalaya, Maharashtra. I am greatly acknowledging my thanks to the session chair, Dr. Venkatesh P., Professor of English, Maharaja College, University of Mysore. Thank you very much, sir. In the absence of Vijay, I would record my thanks to him also. And I express my sincere thanks in the absence of my advisor, Dr. Javidos, who is the director of First University to the University. My sincere thanks to Dr. Srikanth, Department of Studies and Research in English, based on Mysore. Sir, Okay, my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Yogita Shetty, Assistant Professor, Department of College Education, Government Hospital College, Guru, PhD course. Thank you. And also Ms. Dr. Madhura, who is an Assistant Professor, Thank you, ma'am. Nagashri, OAP trainer, Chocolate, Board of Institution. I wholeheartedly thank you. And everybody for the scholarly guidance and valuable support in shaping the academic framework. I would also like to place my thanks to my committee members, Ms. Ujjwala, Mani, and for their dedicated and very collaborative work on the day of reception. I thank you for making the meeting members who have strived very long with me. And my special thanks to all the delegates, participants, research scholars, and students for their enthusiastic participation, which adds meaning and vibrancy to the academic. I thank all my sponsors, my special thanks to my sponsors, Confidence Academy for Professional, applied learning, waiver identification of Delhi, Panchali Government Renewable Energy Service Company, Mysore Sales International Limited, systems by Government of Karnataka for general support and encouragement for promoting this economic initiative and knowledge sharing activities has played a very vital role in the successful conducting of the national conference. I also place my thanks to all the teaching and non-teaching and my organizing members of the college. Also special thanks goes to Dr. Prashant Mate, a professor for ethics, reach out scholarly papers as well as bring out all time and very thank you on behalf of the management as well as with this, we come to the formal conclusion of this national conference. May the idea shared and knowledge exchanged continue to inspire future research, collaboration, and academic growth. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. The stage journey ahead involves many more people academic engagements together. Have a pleasant evening. And I also request all of you to all the participants, all the paper messengers, to put the feedback on in the share in the WhatsApp. I now invite all of you to come for a the faculty members, the organizing team, the organizing committees, join us on the dais.
They want to take a format, all these practice